Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today, serving on the panel to my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Danny Barra. I'm Jerry Ledoux. I would like for the staff here at headquarters to introduce themselves to the record.
Francis Abbott.
And we are currently at Point COUPEE Parish Detention Center. Will the staff there introduce themselves?
So there's no staff in here. I'm attorney James Manasseh, and I have Mr. Charlie Smith sitting with me.
Okay, so there's no staff. Thank you. Mr. Smith, you're here before this panel as a violator of your parole conditions. And before we get started, would you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Did you hear? He's very hard of hearing, and we have this turned up as loud as we can.
Okay.
Okay, so come as close as you can. Give your name and your DOC number. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, they're asking for your name and your DOC number. Your name and your DOC number.
My name, my DSC number.
Your name first. What's your name?
Charlie Smith.
And your DOC number from when you were in prison. Your DOC number?
78665. When I'm in prison.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. You should have a parole questionnaire, and it's a formality because you do have counsel with you. But did he complete his parole questionnaire?
Yes, ma'am. We did that previously.
Okay, thank you very much. You do have Jimmy Manasseh, your attorney is present, and he will assist you as we go through the process. I'm going to read some violations against you, Mr. Smith, and I'm going to need you to say if you're guilty with a statement, or not guilty. On 3/4/26, March of this year, you were involved in criminal activity because you had 3 firearms, 3 counts of having a firearm by a convicted felon, and you were arrested. How do you plead to that?
How did you plead the firearms? Not guilty?
Well, but even if I
Yeah.
not guilty, they wasn't mine.
The day before, Agent Pouchot observed a rifle inside your pickup truck, and you were the only person in that vehicle. There was also 22 ammunition in the console. The firearms were seized. You are the only occupant of your house. So you have been charged with 3 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. How do you plead?
How do you plead to the possession of the firearms? The firearms that were there at the car and in the house. How do you plead?
Not guilty. But I didn't know they had them in there. I didn't know. My daughter had bought the trailer.
Hold on.
Okay, number 10, you're currently $4,552 in arrears toward your supervision fee.
You're behind by $4,500 in your supervision fee. Is that true or not?
But
The monies that you owe for supervision,
what is supervision?
for the parole officer supervisor.
So you owe that, but I won't get. I was paid it. Listen, I was paying it every month.
They right now they just want to know are you behind or not?
God no, because when I paid, the people took the money and then I wouldn't get credit. I went bankrupted paying it. I paid it so long for years and years, and it never would come out, and it never would come stand nobody. And for what happened, even the what you call that corona, what you call that thing to come out.
Let me just he'll plead not guilty at this point.
For the record, I did note that there had been some fees paid that was applied to the wrong account at one point, so there may be some confusion on fees.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, let's let you have the opportunity to,
Is it that?
Well, let me call this guy just to make sure he ain't sending somebody. And if he ain't, then I'll find
There's-
him.
Staff just walked into the room where we are. That's okay. We're on a parole here. That's okay. I'm sorry. Staff just came in and they're doing something over here on the side, so
okay.
got to be quiet.
So I would like for Mr. Smith to explain why there were 3 guns in his possession.
Yes, ma'am. You explained why what the guns were doing there. They're asking about the guns. Now, now's the time
They
for you to
been in the
explain.
trailer when they brought the trailer there. I never did fool with no gun. I didn't even know they were in there. They're gone. My daughter bought the trailer from Lafayette, full of all kind of stuff. And I was sleeping in the front room up to the front, me and my dog. And I was raising chickens and things. I didn't know all the guns. You know, if I knowed all the guns in there, I'd have been talking about it, got rid of them. I ain't know about the trailer. It wasn't my trailer. I was living in it now.
Okay.
His daughter was trying to sign on this morning. Was she able to get on?
I don't see her on our list, no.
They may have said it was going to be 9 o'clock, so I don't know if maybe she's a little behind.
Well, we have the complete record, and I just want to make note that at least 3 times in the last couple of years, Mr. Smith has requested guns, and it's in his record that he's asked for guns several times. And they have found ammo previously, and the gun was found in his truck, and he was the only person in there. So there's no doubt in my mind that he was present with a gun and knew that. So, so I've heard your story that he didn't know, and it's his daughter's. We have Mr. Luke Pucho, who is the PMP agent. If I butchered your last name, I apologize.
Come on.
If you want to speak on this case, so.
Good morning, I'm Luke Pucho with Revocation and Parole out of West Baton Rouge Parish. On March the 3rd, I was doing personal contacts in the Maryland area. I went to Mr. Smith's residence, knocked on the door. I heard a dog barking, but there was no one inside. I went back to my state unit, writing down paperwork, and a pickup truck pulled up behind me. I backed my unit out and made contact with the driver. It was Mr. Smith. I noticed 22 ammunition inside of the vehicle, and I was looking, and it appeared to be a rifle inside the truck. So I asked Mr. Smith, I said, since this is my first time meeting you, I'd like to look inside the house. He then pulled his truck back into the driveway, and I was able to walk around on the other side of the pickup truck, and I saw what it was indeed a rifle of some sort. I made contact with him in his house again, saw more ammunition. At that point, I told him, have a good day, and left the scene. I then went down the street and called my supervisor, Mr. Bordelon, and a plan was formulated to search the house the next day to conduct a real compliance check. Myself, along with other agents in the POINTE Parish Sheriff's Office, went to his residence, conducted a compliance check, and the 22 rifle that was inside of his truck was discovered to be in a spare bedroom closet. And then I discovered 2 firearms inside of his room that he was sleeping in. One was a .38 special revolver in his nightstand that was loaded with hollow point ammunition. The other was a .22 pistol automatic that was in a box from the manufacturer. It had 3 magazines, and they were all loaded with hollow point ammunition. Mr. Smith was arrested by the sheriff's office and charged.
Thank you, Mr. Posho, for your testimony today. I just see.
Thank you.
While irregular to have someone in support speak after the opposition, I'm going to allow Ms. Paige Smith has just joined us via Zoom, and she would like to make a statement. Mr. Pusho, if you feel like you have to rebut or anything, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
But Ms. Smith, if you would like to make a statement at this time, you're welcome to.
Hi, good morning. Well, my name is Paige Smith, and I am Charlie Smith's daughter. And at this time, my dad is a 84-year-old man. And I think at the time when he was released, he was not, any issues. He has not. I've been with him for about 12 years since he's been released. And as far as the guns, I mean, I'm not sure exactly where they came from or if he's even aware that he wasn't supposed to have them, if he was even still on parole. But as far as the family, I mean, I know his health and his mental capacity has declined as most 85-year-old, people. And so at this point, we are aware that, this was a huge oversight, and we're prepared to, rectify that with him where there's additional supervision, possibly even him having to stay with me so we can look after him if he can no longer, make decisions for himself and his mental state, is compromised. And so at this time, I mean, the family has supported him and will continue to support him. And it's difficult to comprehend that, your parents' mental state has declined. If you ask them, are you okay? They may say, oh, yeah, I'm fine. And they may forget something. But for you to truly understand that their mental state is no longer there, whether it's the onset of dementia or whatever the case is, it's a tough pill to swallow. And with this situation erupting, coming to a head like this, it's on the forefront. And now it's not, it's not whether or not it's depreciating, but yeah, at what speed now has it depreciated? And now what steps do we need to take so he can live out the rest of his life, humanely? So
Ms. Smith, let me ask you, where do you reside? Where do you live?
I live in Ascension Parish, which is in Prairieville. So it's about 58 minutes from Maryland.
And do I understand you to say that you are willing to provide housing to your father
That is correct.
for long term?
That is correct.
Okay.
I have a 4-bedroom. My oldest has gone off to grad school. So I have an empty room now. So he's more than welcome for me I can house him.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
The trailer, who bought the trailer?
I purchased the trailer for him.
Okay, how long have you had it?
Maybe 5 or 6 years.
So you had no
That's it.
knowledge of guns being in there?
No, I did not. I did not buy it brand new. It was a used trailer that I did get out of Lafayette, Louisiana. And I just paid for all the transportation and, to have it.
Yeah, how often do you visit him or check on him? Your family members, how often do y'all go over and check on him?
On him?
Yes.
Yeah, well, prior to this incident, I would go weekly or sometimes twice a week. So for example, he can't read or write, so I'll make sure I check the mail. I may go on a Wednesday, and then I'll bring the kids on the weekend to do like cleaning. I may stop at Sam's, get groceries. So it's ongoing. And so I would check, but I didn't know that was going on to check for that.
How do you think he's going to react if he has to live with you?
I mean, I think like most elderly people, they wouldn't want to, but we make those decisions based on their welfare and their, So I think in this case, it would be an adjustment and a transition for him. And I would transition his animals and, start to let him acknowledge, because at one point I did live with my dad when I purchased the trailer for him. I lived with him for about 3 months, and then I slowly transitioned into my home. And so I didn't abruptly leave. I, still come and go so he wouldn't, have that shock.
So you were the only one checking on him?
No, he does have a sister in California that would call him morning and after and evening. He has additional family members that resides in Maringouin. They're about 5 miles from where he is. And so a lot of the times, if you call someone, hey, how are you doing? They're not going to tell you if they're in distress or if, they can't remember. But I know there were times when he would call me and he didn't know who I was, or, he'd ask me, who am I talking with? And so you would start to see those telltale signs. And I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I would like to request to go into executive session.
I'll second. Yes.
Borough,
Yes.
Ledoux,
Yes.
Tillis.
Yes.
We're talking about. We're talking about you paying this pay. We're talking about you.
Yeah. Yeah, that, but don't.
That's what I'm confused.
Golden Bird. You take flight, I was right. Deep love.
Mr. Manasseh,
Yes, ma'am.
can you hear? They're cutting the grass. I didn't know if you can.
No. You're fine.
The Parole panel has resumed hearings at 9:02. Hearing no objection, we'll go ahead and continue with this case of Charles Smith. I will tell you that it's a difficult case because of the time that Mr. Smith is looking at in terms of original sentencing and full-time date. Today, my vote is going to be that Mr. Smith be able to have the detainer lifted and bond out, to go only to his daughter's residence, and then the courts can take care of the legal issue that's before the court. And Mr. Smith is not to return to Point Coupee Parish during this time of supervision. And that's my vote. Mr. Balrog? Mr. Tillis?
I concur with, Ms. Ledoux and am not to return to Point Coupee Parish.
All right. I see it a little different. My vote would be to continue the case without bond and hold him. But I'm outvoted by 2-1, so that's a moot point. But that was my vote, would be to hold him pending the outcome of the charge and let them determine what they were going to do first.
Mr. Manasseh,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like for you to explain that to Mr. Smith, and I want to get his acknowledgement that he understands that he has to live with his daughter. I want to see that for my personal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can do that now.
I'll explain. I have talked with him about this previously, and he wants to live with his daughter, but I will explain it here in front of you.
Please do.
So they will agree to lift the hold and let you come home, but not home where you were living. You can't come back to Point Coupee. You're gonna have to go live with your daughter, with Miss Page. Are you okay with that?
Come there to see our check
Nope.
stuff.
Nope, we're gonna have to, that can't come back. His concern is he was raising chickens and goats and snap peas and that, but I've explained to him that he can't come back.
Okay.
He won't be able to come back. That'll have to be taken care of by family. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that concludes our hearing with Mr. Smith and our business at Point Coupee. It's 9:05 and we're signing out.
Thank you. I'll call you, Miss Page.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today, on my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right, Danny Barra. My name is Jerry Ledoux. The staff has already been identified here. So with the staff at Allen, please introduce yourself for the record.
Assistant Warden Crystal Simon. Just to manual consultations.
Great, thank you very much. With the offender, please identify yourself with your name and your DOC number.
Corey McMillan, DOC number 00739-322.
Okay. Mr. McMillan, you're before this panel today for parole consideration. We find you're a first-class offender, currently serving a 10-year sentence for aggravated crime against nature with a victim less than 18, and that's 2 counts. You had a parole eligibility date 11/12/25, a good time date 5/3/28 or 13/28, and that is also your full term date. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get started, we do have members of law enforcement who will be speaking in opposition. So when at the appropriate time, we will call on them. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Tillis to begin our questioning, okay?
Good morning, Mr. McMillan. How are you?
I'm pretty good, sir, and use yourself.
Good, good. Tell us what you did and what caused you to be here today, and tell us also why you feel that you should be, we should vote to release you on parole.
Well, I got crimes against, aggravated crimes against nature. I did some stuff to my daughter that was inappropriate. And I feel that I rehabilitated myself in here with some of the classes that I've done in here. And I feel that I should be released on parole.
What kind of classes have you been taking?
I took victim impact, taken boys and men, I've taken thinking for a change. I've taken almost every class they have. I got several good classes up on me, my self-help programs. A lot. I've done a lot since I've been done.
Tell me which class impacted you the most that you took.
Victim impact. The reason why I say victim impact is because I got taught that there's more than just one victim. There's several victims in the case. Considering that it was my family that I've done this to, that I've heard not just myself, not just my daughter, but I've heard several people in my family as well. So there's more than just one victim.
If you were released, what would you do? Where would you live?
I wrote Chenault, and I got a place to stay at Chenault. They lined me up with a job. I will go to work if I am released. That's first agenda is work.
Where was that?
Chenault Air Force Base.
Any of the members have any questions?
Yeah, you said you completed almost all the treatment, but I got a note that says on 8/21/25 that you were removed from the SSO treatment phase 1 for excessive absences. What happened there?
Dealing with work. I work here too, and I missed 2 of the classes dealing with work, and I got put out the class. But I've been trying to get back in so that way I can take that program.
So it would be more correct to say that you did all the classes except the sex offender class.
Yes, sir.
Assistant Warden Simon, can I ask you to give us a little information? How long has Mr. McMillan been there at Allen?
He has been here at Allen since 2019. He, as it relates to his conduct, his conduct is fair, he doesn't give us any trouble. And he has taken multiple programs, with the exception of the sex offender treatment program, he has not completed it. And he did take it upon himself to reach out to, Trivetail out of Lake Charles, where they're set up in the old Air Force Base over there on Chenault. And, they have approved to have sex offenders, and, they house them and they have, job opportunities for them there. So he did get that approved. And that's it, like I tell them all, their records speak for themselves, so his record does speak for his.
The 30C that he received in 22, was that low or high court? Tell me what that was about, Mr. McMillan.
Well, I was bad off, and I kind of messed up, and I was making some drugs, but since then I have got myself help and went to Living in Balance, drug rehab, and different classes like that to get myself correct.
Okay. So,
That was the write-up you had in 22,
Yes, sir.
and so you've not been involved in any more drugs?
No, sir.
I would like to hear from the DA's office, Assistant DA, Taylor Anthony. If we can hear from Miss Anthony now.
Good morning. I think we're having some technical difficulties. My computer keeps jumping. I am not Taylor. I'm Tamika. I'm the Victims Advocate Coordinator for the DA's office. And I am speaking on behalf of Taylor. He had something to come up in court, but I am going to speak on behalf of the victims, stating that we felt that the sentence that this defendant received at the beginning of this crime was a fair sentence, and we don't think that he should be eligible for any type of early release based on the difficulties that the victims face behind his actions. I think the victim is there present to speak, so I want them to be able to voice their opinion, but on behalf of the state, we're supporting, the decision of the board, but we would not like for the defendant to be released.
Thank you, Ms. White. We appreciate your testimony. If the panel will allow me, I'd like to go into executive session at this time.
Second.
Barrow,
Yes.
Goodell,
Yes.
Silly.
Yes.
I'm going to deal with some confidential matters on executive session, and we will be back. Okay, the panel has resumed and hearing no objection, we'll continue with the hearing. Mr. McMillan, we've asked you a few questions. Do you have any other statements to make before the panel would be prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am, I would like to see if I can get a second chance.
I believe that the panel is prepared to vote. Mr. Phillips,
My vote today is to deny.
Mr. Barra.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, deny.
My vote is also to deny based on the fact that you have not taken your sex offender treatment program. You know, to be honest, I didn't hear a lot of remorse from you today. And so my vote today is to deny. We wish you well. I believe that's the only case we have with you, Ms. Simon.
No.
Oh, two more. Okay, well, that's a denial for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Richardson,
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. The staff there has already introduced themselves. So would you, sir, please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Samuel Richardson, 388196.
Okay. Mr. Richardson, you're before this panel as a fourth-class offender, currently serving a 50-year sentence for possession with the intent to distribute with a habitual enhancement. You have a parole eligibility date that was October 17th, 2024. You have a good time date in 2061 and a full term date in 2062. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will note for the record, we have both supporters and opposition in this case, and at the appropriate time, I will call on them to speak. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Barra for him to begin questioning.
I'd like to know what you did to get yourself in this kind of trouble and this big of a sentence, and what you did while you're incarcerated to make you think that we should release you early now.
Well, I was selling drugs to support my income. I got a large family, got a lot of kids, and I made some bad decisions by doing that. I worked hard trying to get myself together, but I always fell back in the trap. Since I've been in here, I've been on over 14 years in my sobriety. I separated myself. I take from 1 Corinthians chapter 13. I thought as a child, I understood as a child, but when I came a man, I put childish things behind me, and that's what I've been working on, putting that behind me and moving forward in my growth. I attend all the classes that are available for me, that I signed up for them. This is a random select. So the one that did came up, I fully participated in the classes, and I showed up on time, and I never missed a class. And I've been working hard to get myself together. I reach out to any organization that's available out there to continue my growth and development. And I'm just planning on doing the right thing. I've always been a part of the problem. I want to be a part of the solution now. And that's my goal, no matter what the situation outcome be. That's my goal.
So what's the most valuable lesson you've learned in there through your classes and doing time?
Critical thinking. Critical thinking is a thing that you're thinking one thing, but the effect of what I'm thinking and how other people feel about what I say. So critical thinking. Boys to Men was a good class for me that it teach you on relationships, parenting, and it work you on your growth and development and mentorship, because I'm planning on reaching out and finding somebody that's going down the same road that I went down to end up here to change their life around, encourage them that they can do better.
Where you plan on living?
I'm planning on living in Jefferson Parish with my mom's till I get myself together. I got a bunch of goals. I'm on short-term goals and long-term goals. My first goal is to get me a job, but I want to get me 2 jobs. So I'm planning on working from 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's my goal. I want to work. And after that, I want to try to open my own business up again. I tried it before. I went to California, opened up a restaurant. Things ain't go so good, so I wind up back in New Orleans. But I'm planning on opening me a food truck after I accumulate enough money by working. I want to do truck driving first, and then whatever other side job, part-time, another full-time job I can do, I'm willing to do it. That's my goal.
What you gonna do about the temptation of the easy money, going back to selling drugs when the food truck sales aren't good and things aren't going your way? What's your plan for dealing with those situations?
Well, like I said, I've been 14 years in my sobriety, and I put myself in this situation. And since I've been in here, I never looked forward to even try to sell drugs to get myself out of this problem. I'm working on, I put that behind me. Selling drugs is over with. I lost my life to selling drugs, so that's out the question. Excuse me. And I'm just trying to keep on going, do what I got to do. If I got to work 3 jobs, I'm going to work 3 jobs to get to my goal. And if things don't work out, yeah, I get some help, get some counseling, and keep me on the right track. That's my goal.
That's what I was looking to hear you say, because the streets haven't gotten much better in the 14 years you've been incarcerated. If anything, it probably got a little worse.
Yeah.
So you need a plan to deal with those problems in a different way. Seeking confidence, seeking the right help is what I was wanting to hear you say. So you answered that question, right? I commend you with only 5 write-ups in 14 years. That's pretty good.
Warden, what would you like to say about this offender?
Again, Samuel's record speaks for itself. He does not give us any trouble. He works in the culinary arts, taking all the programs. He just quoted one of the scriptures that he quoted is from probably the most recent program. He took the Boys to Men program, that he evidently took very serious, and he carries that with him. And that's all I have to say about him. His record speaks for itself.
I want to ask, who are the victims of selling drugs? You took victim awareness, right?
Everybody is a victim. The community, the people selling drugs to your kids, your family, everybody is a victim. This is a non-victim crime, but it affects everybody. It affects us as a country.
Please answer mine.
Hey,
I do see at your last hearing, when you came up here and got denied the last time, they told you needed to do long-term treatment, but you haven't been able to get in to the Steve Hall or any of the others. Did anybody tell you why?
No, I didn't even get a response to none of my letters. I sent out several letters, several different times. I wrote the director of the parole board. I wrote the Steve Harvey program. I wrote staff here. I didn't get a response. So I've been waiting on that the whole time, and nothing never happened. That's why I reached out to the parole project in '72. So I took an initiative of my own to reach out.
okay. We have 10 people in support of your early release. Of course, only 3 are going to speak. And we're going to, first of all, your sister-in-law would like to speak via Zoom. And so we will let her speak for the family. Ms. Mathis.
Good morning.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning.
How y'all doing this morning? I'm sorry.
Good. Just go ahead and just share what you would like to share about Richards.
Okay. I do have a couple of jobs lined up for him. Working, doing janitorial, just to start off with, through a company called Janny King. And he'll be working like cleaning buildings. I actually have the building set up for him already. It will be the 4th building located on LaPelco Court in Harvey, Louisiana. Outside of that, I just think that he will do a good, he'll do good out here. We have a church that is also, waiting for him, a church family that's waiting for him. The name of the church is Rebirth Church. And the pastor wasn't able to get on today. He's at work today. Yeah, I believe that everything is going to work out. He's going to do better at life. I think he's in the right state of mind. He have all the things, trying to get figured out. And also, he have a good support system. Myself, his mother, again, our church family, they're waiting for him. and his aunts and, you know, everyone else is just waiting for him to come home to help him to get back on track the right way.
And thank you very much for speaking to us today. We also have Sophie Reese with the First 72.
All right, good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Samuel Richardson. My name is Sophie, and I work for the First 72 Plus, and I'm also here with our team in support of Mr. Samuel Richardson. Like he said, he reached out to us a couple of months ago ahead of his hearing to prepare for his success during the reentry process. So we are eager to work with him upon his release, given that his short and long-term housing plans are in New Orleans or near New Orleans. He would be assigned a reentry coach who is a formerly incarcerated case manager that would guide him through our case management plan by assessing and responding to his needs. And he would also benefit from our weekly reentry 9 Steps to Staying Free class, which invites clients to participate in open discussions surrounding sticking to their goals, mental health support, their sobriety, handling emotions, and much more. And we would also be able to provide him with our wraparound services as well. So applying for public benefits, financial advising, clothing, proper identification, things like that. And he would be joining a community of formerly incarcerated individuals who are committed to becoming independent and stable citizens on the path to freedom. We believe that helping him find long-term gainful employment won't be difficult given his variety of certifications that he's received, especially in the culinary arts. With our Ben Smith Culinary Kitchen now entering its 2nd year, our economic empowerment director would assist Mr. Richardson in searching for gainful employment in the culinary arts. And he's already completed an assessment with CADA Prevention and Recovery to create a proactive plan to maintain his sobriety if granted parole. So with both short-term and long-term housing plans in place, with a large familial support system, and with the support of the First 72 Plus, Mr. Richardson has all of the support structures in place to have a successful reentry process. Not only is our team committed to assisting in a smooth transition with a support base designed to ensure services suitable for his needs, but we will also continue guiding him until he's a stable and settled citizen in society. So should you determine that Mr. Richardson requires any additional support services, we will gladly work to provide those services as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We also have Carrie Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project, who is wishing.
Good morning. Good morning, Carrie Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here in support of Mr. Richardson. We were unaware that Mr. Richardson had also reached out to First 72. And while we believe his record, his programming has demonstrated that he is ready to be granted parole, we have no issues if he would choose to do his 72. He needs the support system, whether he gets it at Parole Project or First 72, and just let the board know we prepared if he would choose to come to Parole Project. And again, we have no objections if he chooses to go to First 72 for his reentry.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. We also have another Mr. Myers who wishes to speak, and that is Randall Myers, Assistant District Attorney in Jefferson Parish. And Mr. Myers is in opposition to early release.
Good morning, Randall Myers, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. For the record, Carrie and I are not related. Back in 2025, Mr. Richardson had a parole hearing, and we opposed him at that time because it appeared he hadn't had long-term substance abuse treatment. Looking at his record, his first arrest was in 1993 for drugs. I think in his arrest, he's had about 7 total drug offenses. 3 of the other 4 offenses suggestive of substance abuse issues as well. He was denied last time, and the board recommended that he obtain long-term substance abuse treatment. And the record does not show he's done that. And he's stated that he has attempted to get into that program but hadn't been able to. Opposition has been consistent over many, many, many years particularly somebody like Mr. Richardson, you want to give him all the tools that are available to him to be able to get out and succeed when he gets out. That's the key thing, succeeding when he gets out of jail. And we think one of the a huge tool that he needs to have is understanding the substance abuse and how that affects people. I've stated this numerous times. I've got a good friend who's 40 something years. He's been attending NAAA meetings, and he's he very, very involved in that program and has helped many, many people stay sober. So that's our issue here. If he would have completed the substance abuse treatment program, I wouldn't be here today. And we just think he needs to complete something. And if this board could recommend him to go to, grant him after completing a Steve Hall program, we would not oppose that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. We appreciate that. That has been our concern, Mr. Richardson. And I will make note that you demonstrating your desire by writing letters consistently does make a big impact on our decision today, I'm sure. If you have no further comments, we've heard from your supporters and opposition. If the panel has no other questions, then we would be prepared to vote. Mr. Barbara?
Well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we do have several supporters in the lobby with us in the hearing room who are here supporting but not speaking. Veronica Lewis, Carolyn Richardson, Samuel Richardson, Katina Harris, Shadola Harris, Terry Marshall, and Keo Lewis. So he has a lot of family and friend support also for this. I'm impressed that you're the first guy that has both of them willing to, both people wanting to take you in. The district attorney says if we can get you treatment, he wouldn't oppose it anymore either. So my vote today is going to be that we would grant you parole conditionally upon completion of a DOC substance abuse long-term program like Steve Hall or any of the other ones. That upon completion of that program, you can be released to the parole project for 1 year. When the parole project's finished with you, if they think you need some help adjusting in your home area over there, they can refer you to First 72 and let First 72 help you with the home area stuff. I'm also going to order that during your term of supervision that you be tested randomly for drugs, that you continue with AA and NA after, and that you this NA, AA, and drugs and treatment is throughout the whole period of your supervision. So it seems like everybody thinks you got a drug problem, even you. So we're gonna address that totally. Okay, that's my vote.
Mr. Tillis?
I vote the same as Mr. Barroy.
Mr. Richardson, I'm going to concur with Mr. Barra, and you'll be going to a long-term DOC substance abuse program and then to be released to the parole project. I'm not going to stipulate a time there. But I'm just going to tell you something. With my years sitting on this panel, you've got a long time ahead of you. And the two things that are going to send you back here faster than anything else are cell phones and women. So just remember that.
And drugs.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And drugs. The first two things are not illegal, but they will send you back. Okay. So it's a 10:08 and you've been unanimously granted parole with conditions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll talk about it.
Okay, now we're back at Allen Correctional. Today on the panel, the parole panel, to my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Bahram, Ms. Ledoux. Sir, would you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Richard Grady, 422-734.
Mr. Grady, you're before this panel as a second-class offender, currently serving a 50-year sentence for armed robbery. You have a parole eligibility date of November 4th, 2026, a good time date of 10/18/2043, and a full term date of 2051. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You are, Warden, I'd like to ask you before we get started, how long have you had Mr. Grady, and how's it going there at the facility?
Brady's been here for probably the last 10 years. He's been here at Allen Correctional Center. Participated in a lot of different jobs. Right now he works with the recreation department. Very involved in our SEA club, our organization that sponsors the sports. Just his record speaks for itself. Grady we've seen Grady go up and down, and he's been down and doing what he's supposed to do for quite some time now.
So he had a write-up 2023 and number 1. What was the?
A watch, and a battery pack in the White House.
Okay. So you've had 14 write-ups in your 20 years. Okay. And I did get, for the record, we did get your certificate for substance abuse that just came in. That was sent in. Okay. Why don't you tell this panel, sir, why you're currently incarcerated and what we should consider to provide early relief for you?
I was 19 years old when I committed this crime. Armed robbery. And like I said, I've been down 25 years. Learned a lot since I've been down. And why y'all won't set me free is because I've served a lot of time. I learned my lesson. And
may I ask a question? This was not just an armed robbery. That's what you were billed for. Could you tell me a little bit more, because I don't think you're taking full responsibility at this point. So
it was a murder charge as well, but they dropped that off me. But had 3 other people committed this crime, and I had copped out to armed robbery.
okay. So that was actually, you pled down to armed robbery.
Yes, ma'am.
And you agreed to a 50-year sentence.
No, ma'am. The DA was asking like, if I copped out to it, they would give me like 10 years or something like that. So it never happened.
Someone was killed in this robbery?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Who killed the person?
Not me. I wasn't there. Just had, like I said, 2 other people was there. I ain't committed no murder. I just went in and got money and I left.
Okay. You're a second-class offender. Your first charge was rape. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, have you ever had sex offender treatment?
yes,
During this previous incarceration? When did you take that?
not this one, not this charge. Not on this charge I'm on now.
You've taken, while you've been in DOC custody, how long did you get for that first charge?
3 years. I served 3 years. They gave me 7 altogether and they set me free.
Okay, and did you take the sex offender treatment program?
And in Winsboro at Franklin Parish, Texas.
Okay.
Have you got your GED yet?
No, sir.
Have you tried?
Got literacy.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So what do you plan to do if released?
Word. I'm trying to take care of the people who take care of me for 25 years and stay out of prison.
What kind of skills do you have to acquire a job?
I know how to paint. I know how to build. Land work, I know how to do all that. Landscaping.
Okay.
Assistant Warden Simon, is the camera moving on its own?
I think so. I'm trying to be as still as possible.
Okay, I just didn't know if anybody was manipulating it because I'm getting dizzy here. Okay, so thank you. Have you had pre-release?
No, I'm on a board, backlog list to go on there.
Okay. Mr. Bobo?
You said that they dropped the murder charge because you didn't have nothing to do with it?
Yes, sir.
But the district attorney sent us a letter last month. And it says that DNA evidence proved that the defendant used the wooden axe handle to bludgeon Miss Little to death. They're saying they found your DNA on the axe handle that killed her. Were you unaware of that?
No. I ain't got no, they ain't convict me on no murder.
But it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Oh, yeah, it didn't, it's happened, but it wasn't me.
How would you explain your DNA on the murder weapon?
I don't know, sir. I goes over there. I know the person.
You knew the person
Yes,
who was killed?
yes, sir.
So you're saying you could have touched that axe handle before at that house when you were there or something?
Yes, sir.
And why did y'all decide to pick this lady? Who picked the lady?
They did.
They did?
Yes.
All right.
We have some people who are here in support of you today, and we will allow them to speak. Ms. Burnett Thompson, your sister, via Zoom, if you would like to make a statement, Ms. Thompson.
Yes, I do. I know my brother Richard, he spent his time there and we just want him home. We miss him. He went through our parents' death, our grandparents' death. He wasn't there to be around the family, the grandkids, the nieces and nephews. We just want him home. We miss him.
Thank you very much for those comments. We also have Donnie Grady, your brother. Donnie Grady, okay. You're on mute. If you can unmute and speak directly to the panel. You're on mute.
Okay, here I go. Yes, I was pretty much like my sister. You know, we miss our brother. He been gone for a long time, and we just want him home.
All right. And then the niece is also in support, Miss Jaleisha Carpenter, not speaking, and Sophie Reese with the First 72 project is also speaking. Sophie?
All right, good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Richard Grady. My name is Sophie, and I work at the First 72 Plus, and I'm here with our team as well in support of Mr. Grady. Our organization supports people like Mr. Grady in their reentry process. And as an organization founded by returning citizens, our motto, Us Helping Us, truly encapsulates our compassionate approach to public safety and reentry. Mr. Grady sought out our organization requesting our support during his parole hearing and during his reentry process. He has been accepted into our transitional housing program, where he can reside for 90 days free of charge with the option to extend his stay if needed or until our team feels that he is ready to live independently. And even after his stay at our transitional housing concludes, he will continue to have access to our coaching and wraparound services for as long as he desires. And our organization knows that coming home after 25 years of incarceration will be a big adjustment to Mr. Grady. And he himself has said that he's excited for the structure that our housing program will provide him as he readjusts to society. So Mr. Grady's reentry coach would help him search for employment and supportive housing. He would also be enrolled in our 5-day life skills class, which would help him readjust to living in New Orleans and cover topics such as public transportation, renamed streets, and setting attainable goals for the first year post-incarceration. He would also join our community of formerly incarcerated folks who are on the path to staying free and join our weekly peer mentorship classes of formerly incarcerated people supporting each other through the barriers of transitioning back into society. And we also believe that with his experience in peer mentorship while incarcerated, he would be a great addition to these classes. We are committed to ensuring a smooth transition for Mr. Grady after incarceration. And should you determine that he requires any additional support services, we will gladly work to provide those services as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grady, you are from Bossier and you want to go to New Orleans, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I'd like to request the panel to go into executive session. I have some information I need to review. So do I have a second?
I second.
Laura?
Yes.
Tilly?
Yes.
Yes. We'll be back after we discuss some confidential information.
I'm scared to touch you. I bet you that's it.
Okay, the panel is resuming the hearing for Mr. Grady without objection. We're back in session. Mr. Grady, the panel has heard from your supporters, and we have reviewed the information provided to us. I will note that the law requires you to have your pre-release prior to release. Y'all have that here, there, don't you, Warden?
Yes, ma'am. He's actually scheduled to begin July 7th for his pre-release program.
Okay, so that would be important for you to have. Mr. Grady, after reviewing everything, my vote today is going to be to deny your parole. First of all, I want you to know I don't think you're taking full responsibility for your actions, and that's going to be critical. And you don't have the appropriate programming. You do have law enforcement opposition, and so that's why I'm voting to deny today. Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to deny because of strong law enforcement opposition.
And Mr. Barra?
I concur, same reasons.
So today, unanimous decision to deny your parole. We wish you well. The time is now 10:40, and we are signing off there at Allen. Okay, Mr. Ben.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, how you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. This is the Louisiana Committee on Parole. On my left is Mr. Tillis. To my right is Mr. Barra, and I'm Miss Ledoux. And you're currently located at Lafayette Parish Correctional Center. Is there a staff member in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Would the staff please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Corporal Joseph.
Hey, Corporal, have you had any problems with Mr. Ben since he's been at your facility?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Ben, you're before this panel today with allegations of violating your conditions of parole.
Yes, ma'am.
But before we get started going through that process, I want to know, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire in front of you?
No, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Corporal. You recognize your signature on that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you hire an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll continue. I'm going to ask Mr. Tillis to question you about those violations. You're going to enter a plea of guilty with a statement, or not guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ben.
Good morning, sir.
Violation number 3, you failed to live at the address listed on your certified.
What was I supposed to say? Not guilty or guilty?
Yeah.
Not guilty.
You want to have a statement with it?
Yes, sir. Well, I was working, sir. I was working out of town, and my parole officer, he had gave me like 28 days amount of working, and I was supposed to work a 16-day, like a 16-week out there. Like the job that I had, it was 16 weeks over there and 16-week, like 2 months off. And he only gave me a 28-day of working, and I pay my own bills at my house. So my girl don't help me to pay the bills because I was working. So by me stop working, I couldn't go back. He didn't give me no more travel permit to go back out. So I had stopped working. And then in the process of that January, when he had put the warrant out for me, I had a grandmother that passed away. So like I had a lot going on, and I was trying to find another job. So by me, going through that, that's what made me and my girl, started, not seeing eye to eye. And she told him that I wasn't staying at my address, but that's still my address.
Did you talk to your parole officer prior to your, before you, after your work? Did you ever get in touch with him, talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You talking about like after I stopped working?
Yes.
No, I was homeless. I ain't had no phone. I was homeless. And then I ain't had no transportation to get back in, because that was in New Iberia. So I ain't had no transportation, and I was homeless. Cause me and my girl started, but she been paying my parole thing for me. Like my parole fees.
Okay, I'll go to rule number 4. You engaged in criminal conduct on or about 3/29/26 when you possessed marijuana and failed to appear on non-supporting hearing. Subsequently, you were arrested by the Lafayette Police Department and charged with manufacturing, distribution, possession of a Schedule 1, possession of marijuana, bench warrant, failure to appear for non-supportive issues on 1/22/26. How do you plead?
I plead guilty to that because I was smoking the marijuana because I was going through a lot.
Okay. And number 10, you failed to submit payments towards your supervisional fee, and you are currently $1,008 in the arrear. How do you plead?
I plead guilty.
Okay. The person, your girlfriend, are you living with her? Y'all married or what?
Yes, sir. I'm living with her right now.
But you're not married?
No, sir.
Any of my colleagues have any questions?
You were arrested with a co-defendant, a Mr. Gotch, is that correct?
You talking about the officer?
Mr. Gotch and Ben were placed under arrest for the above offenses. Do you know Mr. Gotch?
No, not really. I was with somebody else. I was with somebody else that I knew, and he had that person with him.
Okay. Well, there was a gun in the car when you were arrested too.
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about that, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Yes, ma'am. I ain't know nothing about that, ma'am.
Okay. So you told me that you were paying your bills, but then you said your girlfriend was paying your bills because you don't let women, when you got a job, you don't let them pay. I'm not sure I understand. Do you have a court date coming up?
For child support.
Okay. So what happened to the marijuana charge?
When I went to 72-hour court, the judge told me it was like really a little fine.
Okay.
Because I was trying to ask him if I could get any type of, like credit for me being incarcerated for it, but he told me it's just a little fine.
How much are you behind in your child support?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
Okay.
How much was your fine for the marijuana conviction?
Okay. I ain't gonna lie, sir. I've been down. Like he ain't never gave me no paper with the amount, so I've been incarcerated for like almost 90 days. So I really don't remember, but it's some around like $350.
1,067.
1,067. So did he plead guilty?
Oh, no, for the fee on marijuana. No, I don't know that. No.
Did you plead guilty to get the fine, or y'all just talked about it?
We just talked about it.
So you never had a court date yet on it. That's
No,
also
sir.
come up on June 23rd.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't have no court date for the marijuana charge. They ain't never issued me no court date.
So you never paid a fine, it's not.
Cause I still got the whole. I was trying to pay the fine, sir, but I still have my whole. So by me having a whole, I can't pay nothing.
I got you. So the smoking of the marijuana while you're on parole, that was, you saying, due to dealing with the.
Yeah, I had a grandmother that passed away. I had a grandmother that passed away in January, and I went to the funeral, and she's my close grandmother. And it's not just that. I got kids that I don't be seeing, I got a lot going on. Then by me and my girl, not seeing eye to eye because I couldn't go back to work, it put a lot on me. So I just been going through a lot.
So you don't have a job now? You won't have a job to go back to?
No, sir.
Okay.
You think drug treatment would help you out?
Yes, a drug treatment, yes. I mean, like drug court.
Just like drug treatment instead
Oh,
of going
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Yes. My vote today is going to be to put you in a work release program where you can earn some money. and pay catch up on your arrearment?
Yes, sir.
I would also add to that that you would have to go to a transitional work program that offers some types of classes for substance abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go ahead and concur with them too, rather than revoking you, we'll put you into work release, and I also have a condition that you complete some substance abuse treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so today, in lieu of revocation, you'll go to transitional work program with substance abuse. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So they revoke me?
He not revoked.
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is a panel at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Serving on the panel today, on my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Barra. I'm Ms. Ledoux. Do you have any staff members in the room with you?
Right here.
Okay, please introduce yourselves, staff.
Chelsea Dorbon, Criminal Records Clerk.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Sir, would you please state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Devin Swarthout, my DLC number 7305449.
Mr. Swarthout, you're before this panel for allegations that you violated the conditions of your parole. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire that you see?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just one moment. Jasmine, can we put up his questionnaire for him? This is a Supreme Court guidelines to determine if you are eligible for appointed counsel. Jasmine, do you have that? Oh, sorry. We just want to make sure that your rights are protected.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see that dated April 10th of 26? Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible, and I don't see any retained counsel or paid counsel.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we'll go ahead and continue with the hearing. I'm going to ask Mr. Barra to read out your allegations, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barra?
All right. It's alleged that you have violated condition number 2, that on or about February 24th of 2026, the parolee was instructed to turn himself into Allen Parish Sheriff's Office by the supervising officer, Adam Gilroy, in which he failed to do so when ordered. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty with a statement. My 14-year-old cousin was run over by a drunk driver in front of my mama's house. It actually made the headlines here in Oberlin, and that's the reason I turned myself in. And then my fiance was gonna make a do an affidavit, but behind all that, she decided not to. I guess I'm guilty.
So you're pleading guilty to that violation, but have an excuse.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about number 4, where it says it's alleged that on or about January 26th of 26, you engaged in criminal conduct that led to your arrest by the Oakdale Police Department for domestic abuse battery. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. And number 4 also, that you failed to refrain from criminal conduct again, 3/25/26, when you were arrested for the offense of criminal damage to property and violation of a stay away order. How do you plead to that?
To the criminal damage of property, I did break the window, but the violation of stay away order, my fiance picked me up from rehab and brought me to her house. She even told the law enforcement that she allowed me to come over there, and they still charged me with violation of stay away order, which I pled not guilty. I was supposed to have a trial date set for it, but they never come pick me up on that date.
You realize she's not the judge in the stay away order. She can't just waive the conditions of a stay away order when she wants to.
See, I didn't know that. I always heard that if the person allows you to come back on the property, that it voids the stay away order. That's what I always thought.
All it does is make it turn into a he said, she said situation. You cannot go anywhere around her, no matter how much she says it's okay, once the judge orders you to stay away until you go back in front of the judge and the judge dissolves the stay away order. There's nobody but the judge who put it in place that can remove it.
I didn't know a judge had put it in place. I thought she had put it in place.
By going to the judge.
Yes, I don't know. I wasn't there, sir.
Okay, well, I'm telling you so you know better for the next round, because as you can see, this can get you in serious trouble.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then condition number 10, that you failed to make payments toward your supervision fee as directed and are currently $897 behind.
I was almost all the way caught up and I ended up getting laid off from my job and it just built back up. I was laid off for 4 months, but I had it almost all paid. I had it down to like maybe 200 or 300 max, if I remember correctly. I was working out of state.
So how do you, you gave an excuse, how you pleading to that one? Guilty? Not guilty? Did you?
I mean, it did get in arrears when I was laid off, so I guess I'd have to plead not guilty. I mean, guilty. I don't know.
Right. It looks like details of the case show that on May 18th, you pled guilty to the criminal damage charge for breaking the windows, I guess that is.
Yes, sir.
And you got 3 days in the parish jail. So that's a conviction right there while on supervision. And then you have the domestic abuse battery, which is pending with a court date. You don't have a court date on that one yet. Still with the court date pending. So I don't have any more questions, if any of them.
No, you know, Mr. Swarthout, you're a third class offender. Have you been on probation before?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know what you have to do not to get on probation, I mean, to be revoked, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I did good the entire time I was on parole. I worked out of state. I was clean the whole time I was out, except for the last 4 months. I relapsed when I lost my job. I got laid off. I had a good job, best job I ever had. I went into a spiral when I lost my job. I haven't been on my medicine. I don't have insurance. I just,
You know, the most concerning thing is the domestic abuse battery.
yes, ma'am.
I mean, I can't, that's serious,
Yes, ma'am.
very serious. Are you prepared to vote, Mr.
Yes. Well, you don't give me much of a choice because you've been convicted of a crime, you got a pending crime, you violated a protective order. I have no choice but to recommend revocation. Revocation.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to revoke.
Mine as well. I hope that you're able to go to a facility that you can get some substance abuse treatment, so you have something to rely on next time you spiral. But today my vote is to revoke. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Sitting on the panel today on my left is Mr. Phyllis. To my right is Mr. Bob Roth, and I'm Ms. LaFayette. We are hearing a case at East Louisiana Correctional Center. It's a revocation. Would the staff there introduce yourself first?
April Cootie, Program Director.
Okay, April, thank you. And would the offender please introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number?
Shaunda Delcour, 577-607.
Okay, Ms. Delcour, you're before this panel with allegations that you violated the conditions of your parole. Do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature? Okay. I see that you have retained counsel, Ms. Bridget Brown. Ms. Brown, thank you for joining us, and at the appropriate time, you may assist your client as you need. First of all, we're going to read out the allegations, and Mr. Tillis is going to do that. You're going to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay?
Good morning. Violation number 4, you have failed to refrain from criminal conduct evident by your arrest on 2/10/26. Probation and parole agents for possession of Schedule 2 methane and Schedule possession of drug paraphernalia. As of 3/26/26, the new charges have been billed by the 9th Judiciary District Attorney. On 5/18/26, you pled guilty, no contest for criminal mischief. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
She pleads not guilty with a statement.
Okay, what's the statement?
Ms. Delcour was entering the drug court program for Alexandria. She has never had rehab before, and I not only sent y'all the information showing that she had been accepted to drug court, which I'm clear, I'm sure y'all have a copy of. But once she was accepted to the drug court program, she had to have a charge in order to get to the drug court program. And because she has a substance abuse problem, she doesn't have a criminal problem, she has a substance abuse problem. And she had never had rehab before, so what they were trying to do was put her into the program. The problem is that once she qualified and got accepted into the program, she'd been sitting in jail for, I think, how many months, Ms. Delcour?
4 months.
She had been sitting in jail 4 months, nothing, no rehab, nothing. And in an effort to not get out of jail, but an effort to get some help, they took her through substance abuse evaluation and put her into the program. But the problem is, under DOC rules and regulations, only DOC can allow someone who's on parole to go into the program. If she's on probation, no problem. So she pled no contest to the misdemeanor charge of criminal mischief so she could qualify for having a conviction of in order to get to drug court. And what we're trying to do we're asking the board to do this morning is to recognize her efforts to get into the drug court program and let them treat her locally, because now the courts, at least here in Alexandria, the drug court program is making an effort to not have people just sitting in jail for several months on charges that they deem nothing important enough to go through with, but they do want to get them into some kind of help.
Ms. Brown, yes, I read all the communique provided. My concern is that the judge said that she has to be off of parole, but while on parole, you cannot have her in drug court, and this body cannot take her off parole. Statutorily, she has a full term date of 2/6/2028. And so it's not under the purview of this committee to remove her from parole.
Oh, we're clear on that. We're not asking, and we're not asking this board at all to remove her from parole. What we were asking for is what the board generally asks people. What are the local courts doing before they send them to us? Because y'all get people many times who have been sitting in jail for months, and then they come in front of the board and say, well, the judge and the DA, they don't want me in jail. Well, why didn't they do something? Well, this time they did. They said, okay, Ms. Brown, we'll take her. She's qualified. And they don't even evaluate people for those programs. So the fact that they evaluated and got her in is the only thing that y'all can do is make a stipulation that she complete a drug court program locally. That's a day-to-day program, everyday program for the next 2 years in lieu of revocation. That's all y'all can do.
That's right. Thanks. Do you have any?
No, I'd like to have some questions from us. For the executive session.
There's a request for executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Byron?
Yeah.
Tillis?
Yes.
Yes. We're gonna temporarily go into an executive session to discuss the matter, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, the panel has resumed the hearing with no objection. We will continue. Ms. Delcourt, I needed to ask you, when I read the probation and parole notes, seems like housing stability is an issue for you, or has been.
It was in the past. I just got stable. And I just got my license back. I just got a vehicle.
Okay, so you have a no, I'm not talking about with a boyfriend or this or that. You have a stable housing.
Yes.
Because that was a big concern for me, because I think that's one of the things that led you down this road, or maybe it was anyway.
I have a big stable house
now. Okay, so my vote today is going to be to do not revoke, continue on supervision with the condition that you are accepted and you maintain a drug court presence, that you work on that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Barrow?
I'm going to concur with the same recommendation, but I'm going to also add a curfew of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. except for work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Mr. Till?
And I concur also.
Thank you all.
Ms. Brown, you understand that if for some reason she's not accepted, she will come back here for the board to make a further decision. But today we are in agreement that she can go to drug court program. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Ms.
So Leo and one and I was that info.
Yeah.
Yeah, family coming on?
No, cause then
Okay, good morning, Steele. The Louisiana Committee on Parole is a panel at headquarters in Baton Rouge. On the panel today, serving on my left is Mr. Tillis, to my right is Mr. Bobrob. I'm Ms. Ledoux. And our remote site is the Orleans Justice Center. With the staff there, introduce yourself.
Deputy Yanika Carr.
Okay, thank you. So with the offender, introduce yourself and DOC number.
Good morning. My DOC number 624-643.
And your name?
Delvin Herrington.
Okay, Mr. Harrington, thank you. You're before this panel today for that you've been accused of violating conditions of your parole. Looks like you're a third-class offender. So do you have a parole questionnaire in front of you that you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the answers to that questionnaire indicate that you are not eligible for appointed counsel. I see that you do have an attorney, Eric Hodges. And
yes.
Okay, so
Hi.
you're welcome to, so you're a retained attorney?
I'm a public defender.
Okay.
And I was appointed to his case.
So, okay. You are welcome to interject and assist as you need. I'm going to be reading the violations against you, Mr. Harrington, and I'm going to ask you to enter a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty. Okay? Rule number 4. You engaged in criminal activity as evidenced by your arrest on 2/14/26 by the Orleans Police Department for domestic abuse, battery, and simple criminal damage. The charges were subsequently refused 3/16/2026. How do you plead?
At this time, Mr. Harrington is entering a plea of not guilty, but with a statement.
Okay. We'll allow that.
Okay.
Also, number 4, you engaged in criminal activity when you violated the terms of a protective order issued on 2/15/26 by contacting the victim on 7, 8, 9, 10 different occasions. How do you plead?
On that count, Mr. Harrington will plead guilty.
And condition 4C, you engaged in the illegal use of alcohol on 2/14/26 as evidenced by your own admission on 2/23/26.
And on that count, Mr. Harrington will plead guilty.
And the current arrearage for supervision fees is $447. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay, I would like to hear the statement regarding the domestic abuse, battery, simple criminal damage.
Yes. If you'll allow it, I just have a few things to say about the legal charges, then Mr. Harrington will speak. The charges are domestic abuse, battery, and simple criminal damage to property, as you know. The charges were refused, and I did look and see that the stay away order has now been dissolved by the court. I also was told, and I'm not sure if it made it there, that the victim in this case had written a letter and sent it to the board. And so I wanted to take that into account as well. From my understanding and my investigation, what was told to the police is not entirely the entirety of what happened that night. However, I do want to emphasize to the board that Mr. Harrington expressed to me last night and then before his desire to take accountability for getting himself into that situation to begin with. He knows that it was a fight between them and that he was drinking, and that's what led him to that and being in that toxic relationship. And so I just want to pass it off to Mr. Harrington. And then after that, I do have Michael Banford here as a client advocate from our office, who has a release plan if you are willing to hear that as well.
Mr. Harrington, I'm interested in hearing from you on what happened.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I do apologize about being in jail on this charge, but I was, you know, at the wrong situation at the time, you know, and I just hope I could get another chance. You know, I'm taking accountability of what happened, you know, and, you know, just wish I could get another chance to go out there and do better in life. And
Hey, would you let me know, what is your current relationship with Miss LaFrance?
that's my girl. I've been with her for 8 months.
Where is she today?
She's at work.
She's a.
So she didn't feel the need to be in support today?
She said she was gonna have a busy day today, and you know they had a meeting today.
Okay. I don't know that you're aware that the Parole panel has been provided with multiple audio files of your conversations with Miss LaFrance. Were you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And listening to those, it sounds to me like you I would never use the word coerce, but you strongly encouraged her to go and take care of recanting her filing of this charge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the protective order was put in by the judge after this incident?
There was a protective order put in by I'm not aware of any protective order that happened before this incident. There may have well been one. It seems that there was. But there was a protective order put in that was since dissolved after the refusals.
And you realize that Louisiana is one of the highest fatalities from domestic abuse battery in the nation. And so this panel is very sensitive to that potential for violence to happen. Mr. Michael Banford, would you, Miss Hodges, maybe you weren't finished with your statement.
No, I'm happy to turn it over to Mr. Banford at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Great morning, board. How are you all doing?
Well, thank you.
Okay. Well, I put a release plan together for Delvin. One would within the building. He also has a job he can return to, and if that didn't go the way they wanted to, then I had him set up to attend job 1 to where he can get everything that he would need to function as he need to within society. Me and Delvin have had some extensive talks, and one of the things that we have done since that amount of time that he's been incarcerated, we've talked about responsibility and shouldering it, and the fact that when we don't accept responsibility and shoulder that responsibility, it makes us become bitter and we can never get better. So what I was actually impressed by was when you asked him about the calls with the victim, he took full responsibility and he did not try to deflect blame or anything like that. He really gets it at this point. And sometimes we have to go through certain things and have people come into our lives to become better. And one of the things he asked me about during our time of visiting is to always be with him, always be an avenue for him to talk to. And one of the people that he likes to talk to is his mother, who's unfortunately able to be here today. But him and I have built a rapport to where he can actually talk to me and know that I get it and that I understand him. I'm 52 years of age and I have a son nearly his age. And with him, he needs someone to walk with him through this journey that he is going through, because not all the times in life we make the best decisions. But when we have someone walking with us that can reinforce those things, it can happen. And I'm just asking the board today to give me an opportunity to work with Mr. Harrington so that he can become better. If Mr. Harrington was to not get a favorable decision from the board today, then he'll be right back out in November. But then when we look at sending him to jail, does he get better? Does he really get what he needs? And at times in life, we can go through all different types of programming, but it really takes someone that's willing to mesh with us to help us to become greater, to help us to become better. And if this honorable board decides to give him an opportunity, he have all these public defenders to work with him. He have myself. He has my phone number where he'll be able to call me whenever he needs help. And I'm just asking the board to give me an opportunity to work with this young man. He works and he believes that he can do the right things. Unfortunately, he had to go through this situation to really wake up and realize everything. But again, he took responsibility. And I'm just asking that the board accept that he did and that he wants to get better and give me an opportunity to walk this journey out with him.
What's the first program you say you all have for him?
CADA program for the alcoholism. He's not a drink every day. He'll occasionally drink, and this will lead up to the situation, you know. And he'll go.
What about anger management and domestic abuse battery? You have any programs like that?
Yeah, we can get that worked in, and also they can get it worked in through the court to have him to go anger management and domestic abuse battery. We can definitely do that. Those services are there. And if the board feels the need that this is something that he needs to become a better individual and not to become a part of recidivism rate, we will do that to make sure that this does not happen, because at this point, if he hasn't had it, we know that he needs it. And I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Tillis, and I greatly appreciate that. And we can work this into the plan so that he can be active and effective in his community.
So who are you with? First 72?
No, sir.
Orleans Public Defender?
Yes, sir. I'm a client advocate with Orleans Public Defender's Office.
And how long, the program that you're talking about, how long would that last?
Which one?
Whatever you're talking about. I'm trying to get more details about what you're talking about.
Oh, well, okay.
CADA, how long does CADA last? And then you're saying, I'm not trying to figure out what exactly it is.
Okay.
I'll just interject and say that anger management can go with CADA too. So the program he's talking about can all be together.
Okay.
Explain CADA to us, if you don't mind.
Well, CADA is let's say a rehabilitation organization within our building that helps with drug addiction, anger management, alcoholism, giving them proper training and different ways to be able to manage certain things, understanding your triggers, recognize them, being able to walk away from situations, what to do, how to do it, and how to be able to express yourself even when you're in those heated moments. It gives the proper tools to be able to succeed if they follow the pattern that's given to them. Much like, I'm listening, sir.
Go ahead. Much like, yeah, go ahead, finish.
Much like most programs that give you the instructions to follow, and if you stick with those things, then hey, you'll come out right. Like with anger management, what they teach is start counting, count backwards, count forward, walk away, take deep breaths. And if you follow those things, you find yourself not being as angry because you remove yourself from the situation. So it's designed basically the same like many of the programs that are offered today.
So one of the programs There's a big difference between anger management and domestic abuse battery.
Okay.
And so domestic abuse battery is the type of program I feel like he needs, not just anger management.
And may I say something, Ms. Ledoux? Okay, I'm pretty sure that what we get with the attorney, Mrs. Hodges, and maybe the court itself can order that he do domestic violence within the court, because they do have a program that the court can send him to, so that he would have to complete that program.
It's
and
the Duluth program, the Duluth Domestic Abuse Program.
Yeah, and he will have to complete that program, and I do believe he will have to see the judge at least once a week in regards to that program as well, to make sure that he's completing it.
Okay. I have one other question. Mr. Harrington, you might want to answer this. I am strongly considering a no contact order, even though it's been dissolved, but until you're off of supervision. That will be the end of this year. Because I think a cooling period will be necessary while you gain these skills. Are you going to be able to comply with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, where do you live, Mr. Harrington?
I live at 2604 Grarier Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. 70109.
Is that with your friend?
I live by myself.
Okay, good. Good.
Okay. I'm prepared to vote if the panel is also.
Yeah.
We have a limited amount of time to, because you do have an outdate coming up, but it's very important to me to address the issues. And so I think the best way to be able to address these is to vote to continue you on parole with the stipulations that you must have a domestic abuse battery class and address your substance abuse issues. And you can do it through CADA. That's fine with me. That you also have stay away from Ms. LaFrance until you're off supervision. We've heard, Mr. Brannon, you discuss Banford, your willingness to partner with him, and that's going to be crucial for his success. And so that's my vote. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Barra?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux, and I'm also gonna put a curfew of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. until you complete the substance abuse class.
No fun drinking during the day. All right, so you have been returned to supervision conditional. So that concludes our business with you today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. I unmuted where I can't hear it. You done? Parole violation.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's now 12:10, and this is our final hearing for the day. We are still at the Orleans Justice Center. We have here on the panel today, Mr. Tillis to my left, Mr. Barra to my right, and Ms. Ledoux. Would you introduce yourself, sir, for the record?
Good evening, I'm Rodrick Natteel,
What is your DOC number?
355640.
Okay. Mr. Nattel, you're before this panel with allegations of violations of your condition of parole. Do you have a revocation questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize your signature, so you were not eligible for appointed counsel. However, you do have an attorney, Catherine Kearney. Ms. Kearney, are you with the Orleans Public Defender's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're welcome to assist your client as necessary. What's going to help is we're going to read some allegations against you, and you're going to enter a plea of guilty with a statement, or not guilty. So Mr. Barra is going to read out those allegations to you.
All right. It's alleged that you violated condition number 3 of your parole, that you failed to get permission before making any change in your address, as evidenced by the warrant being issued on 5/9/24 for your absconding supervision. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty with a statement.
All right, go ahead and tell us your statement why you're not guilty of that.
I've been in the same area since I've been paroled in 2021. I communicated with the parole officer exactly 2 years and 10 months into my parole. And 2 months later, the absconding charge was placed on me. I think we had a mix up with the address. I text him, text messages, saying where my new house was at, which was actually a block away from my old address. It was actually one of my work sites that was already stipulated, you know, prior to the absconding charge.
So you're saying you were in the same area, not the same house?
I was a block away from the same house. I was a block away from the first house that I lived in. I was evicted from the first house, and I was a block away.
When you got evicted, you contacted your officer and let him know that you had?
Yes, sir.
And he approved the second residence?
It was a mix-up with the address. It was pretty much the same address, but the address on the door was kind of messed up, and a confusion happened after that. But it's still the same address that he was at, that he came to see me at. As far as the new address, it was the same one.
Parole officer tells a different story about that. And then he goes on to say that you became very evasive and very disrespectful when he was asking you about giving him an accurate address, and you hung up on him. What you got to say about that? Why would you do that? He's trying to get it straight, and then you're hanging up because you're aggravated? That didn't help.
No, sir, you're right. I don't recall hanging up on him. First and foremost, let me apologize for the breakdown in communication that I had with the parole officer. My phone number never changed. I was always compliant with the conditions. He never asked me to report to the office. They always came to see me. I always made myself available. As far as hanging up on him, that's not something that I would normally do. If that did happen, I probably was working. I apologize. I never had a problem before with him.
Obviously, there was a problem there. How about condition number 4? That you failed to refrain from criminal activity and you were arrested on 12/15/25 by the NOPD for aggravated assault with a firearm, theft, parole warrant for absconding, and the charges have since been refused. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty.
Any statement with that?
I just thank the district attorney for seeing that it wasn't me and refusing the charges.
The parole officer says, at the preliminary hearing, they produced the offense report where the lady from Walgreens called and said a black man entered the store, went to the liquor aisle, removed multiple bottles of liquor, placed them in a bag, then left the location without paying. After he left the location, the victim, an employee of Walgreens, went to see which direction he went. When he went outside, she observed the male subject produce a firearm and pointed at her before fleeing the location. Follow-up investigation and viewing of surveillance footage from the area showed the unknown male at that time walking south on Vicksburg, making it, and they went back and forth with that and followed you by video camera, followed the vehicle that you got in, and on all the way down to April 10th of 2025, Detective Lund received a record from AT&T, which were then placed on geotime, which showed that your phone was in the area of Walgreens at the time the incident took place. Looks like they have several pieces of evidence that show you were there, although the DA decided not to pursue the charges. That there is evidence in the police reports and the videos.
May I respond, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying. There's a lot of stuff here. I'm just trying to point out the most important stuff.
I understand. So according to the police report, the crime happened at 9 o'clock. They say surveillance footage saw my vehicle approximately 1.6 miles away at 9:07. It's virtually impossible for me to have been involved in any type of criminal activity. The surveillance said according to the police report, that the vehicle was seen on Paris and Sear Street. That's not enough time to commit a robbery or be a part of one. If the crime happened at 9:01, sir, and the vehicle was seen on surveillance at 9:07, all I do is work. I don't participate in criminal activity. I don't drink. All I do is work, provide for my family.
If I could just briefly, so I will say that the area where the Walgreens is the area in which Mr. Nattiel both lives and works. So his vehicle was in that area. The discussion I had with the district attorney, and you can see this also in the police reports, is that they did do a lineup to see if the man that was seen in the surveillance and the man that the employee saw was Mr. Nattiel. She did not identify Mr. Nattiel as having been the man who came into the store, and they didn't identify Mr. Nattiel as the man in the surveillance. So Mr. Nattiel's phone and car were certainly in the area. It's the area where he works and lives. But in terms of Mr. Nattiel being the individual who was in the store, the district attorney did an interview with the complaining witness in this case, and she did not identify Mr. Nattiel. So I understand 100% what you're saying about the evidence, and there is evidence that Mr. Nattiel and his vehicle and phone were in the area, but what they ultimately determined was that he was not the person in the Walgreens at the time.
Right. And then you have a violation number 5, that you're not having your possession or control any weapons You failed to not possess a weapon or firearm as evidenced by your arrest on 12/15 for aggravated assault with a firearm. Again, that charge has been refused. What's your plea on that one?
That's really the same charge as 4 and 5. I don't involve myself in criminal activity. I don't know anything about a gun. All I do is work. This is the same incident involving this Walgreens. I don't have too much to say about it. You know, I don't know anything about it.
Okay. About number 6, I will work at the job approved by your probation officer. And if you become unemployed, you immediately report that to your parole officer. You fail to provide proof of employment. How do you plead to that one?
My parole officer knew I was working for myself since 2021.
All right. I just realized that when they found no probable cause on that at the preliminary hearing. So we can skip number 6. 10. All right. And number 10, all you do is work. And it looks like they're saying that you didn't pay your parole supervision fees and you got a larger arrearage. What do you have to say about that?
I'm guilty of that. I fell behind on them, preparing my family, and the whole 2024 and 2025, building myself up to be strong in my business. But at the beginning of this year is when I was gonna take care of all of it at one time. The fees won't be a problem. They won't be a problem moving forward in the future. I could pay that. That'll be paid down in the next few months.
Actually, you realize you owed $2,680 and then you paid $596. So you still owe a significant amount.
Yes, ma'am. It won't be a problem to pay it down.
And at the preliminary hearing, probable cause was found on all of these violations by the hearing officer there. Were you his attorney at the preliminary hearing?
No, sir. And I told him that might be a problem, but I felt like I had enough to go with it. So I kind of signed the paper just for the process to move forward. But I didn't have an attorney at present.
When I spoke with his agent said that they couldn't use the information that the DA's office shared with me, that they had to go on what the warrant said originally. And I asked them to speak with the DA, but that is what they decided to go on.
Review for me one more time what the DA actually told you about the charges.
Yes. So essentially they did a lineup procedure with the employee at the Walgreens who witnessed this, including Mr. Nattiel, and she did not identify Mr. Nattiel as the person who came into the store. The surveillance also did not match Mr. Nattiel. And the evidence that was provided by the detective was that his car and his phone were in the area. And so I spoke about that with the district attorney, that Mr. Nattiel lives and works in the area, and we certainly aren't contesting that he was in the area. But ultimately, because the employee did not identify him and the surveillance didn't match him, that's why they decided to dismiss the charges.
So in your opinion, this case comes down to the dispute with the parole officer about where he lived in the beginning and failure to pay fees?
Yes, sir. I think there was miscommunication about his address and certainly a failure to pay fees. And that is what we have focused on in terms of a plan for Mr. Nattiel moving forward. And Ms. LaFrance can speak a little bit more to that. She works with our client services department, but a plan both for budgeting and prioritizing the fines and fees, but also a plan for regular constant communication with the parole officer. Mr. Nattiel and I have spoken several times about even if you feel like you haven't heard from your parole officer, that it is Mr. Nattiel's responsibility to regularly check in. And if they are not responding or you feel like you haven't been able to get in touch with them, it's Mr. Nattiel's responsibility to go into the probation and parole office and speak with them in person. That ultimately your probation, your parole officer is there to support you while you are, building a life for yourself, which Mr. Nattiel has certainly been doing. But the only way for your agent to support you is if you are in regular and constant communication. So Ms. LaFrance can speak a little bit more about the plan we have have worked on for Mr. Nattiel whenever you all are ready to hear from her.
It's an appropriate time to allow Ms. LaFrance to speak.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nadia LaFrance. I'm a social work intern here at the Orleans Public Defender's Office, and I'm here in support of Mr. Roderick Nattiel. Over the past couple of months, I've had the honor and opportunity to work with Mr. Nattiel and become familiar with his circumstances, his supports, and plans for continued success. He has established housing, he has maintained employment, and he's remained connected to positive community supports. Mr. Nattiel is employed by the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Louisiana, District Number 1, by Mr. Keith Soignier. And he has been entrusted with the care and maintenance of significant property in New Orleans. This is not simply a job, but it is a position of responsibility and trust. His employer has advocated for his return. He has also written a letter of character reference and describes him as honest, dependable, and a valuable asset. He's looking to return back. As an agency, we are fully prepared to assist Mr. Nattiel with transitional support, primarily budgeting assistance to address the fines that we've just spoken to. I plan to meet with Mr. Nattiel to review his monthly income, his fixed expenses, and the outstanding obligations. Together, we'll develop a realistic plan that prioritizes these fines, housing, utilities, and other necessities by creating a budget and identifying unnecessary expenses. Also, I plan to connect Mr. Nattiel with community-based financial literacy workshops, which are offered by United Way, the New Orleans Public Library, and Credit Human as well. We also aim to be the connective tissue between communication with Mr. Nattiel, his family, employer, and parole officer, so that he remains in upstanding compliance with the parole as well. So overall, he is returning to an environment that is already invested in his success, and based on the supports available to him and the progress he has demonstrated, I firmly believe that Mr. Nattiel has the tools necessary to continue succeeding in his community. I respectfully ask the board to consider these factors, not to revoke, and to afford him the opportunity to return to the positive path that he has worked hard to establish as a devoted father, a hard worker, and a servant in his community. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
So what is the address that y'all propose? The address. See, that's the whole problem. There's a big confusion. What's the address y'all proposing that he be released to?
3730 Paris Avenue.
Yes.
Say that again?
3738 Paris Avenue.
And who owns that house?
Keith Soignier.
Who's also Mr. Nattiel's employer.
And Mr. Soignier's here and wishes to speak in support. You'll go ahead and do that now, Mr. Soignier.
No.
Mr. Soignier, if you'll speak to the panel now.
I think he might be having some technical difficulties.
The child's mother.
Okay, well,
he's waiting for the host to let him join the meeting.
Just one moment. We're working through it. This employer is okay, New Orleans.
Mr. Keith, is that you that's joined us? I can't tell if you're speaking to us or not. You're on mute.
Unmute, okay. There we
All
go.
right. Please address the panel with what you'd like us to know about Mr. Nattiel.
As you to start. Okay, I don't see. Am I supposed to see you? Because I don't see you.
Well, just speak to us.
Well, you
We
should
can
see us, but we can hear you. That's good enough.
Okay, all right. Well, all I can say is he's a very, very hard worker. His being locked up has put a cramp in my business because he's a hard worker. I bring him on jobs. I bring him around people. He's never got out the way one time. He's never done anything he was not supposed to do or what I told him to do. He's always trying to be a facilitator for my business. I am also the president of another organization, somewhat of a social fraternal nature, and they love him because we do a lot of, we have a lot of functions on the facility in which I'm letting him stay at. And I mean, they just think he's amazing. I mean, keeps everything clean. He does everything you ask him to do. So my experience with Rodrick is he's always there. The job is never too hard. And I know I work him real hard, so most of the time he leaves me, he's tired. If you want me to ask any questions, I will. If you want me to ask, explain my operation, anything you want.
I got a question for you. So, sounds like you're recommending that he be released and go back to work for you. Correct?
Absolutely, I need him.
If we were to do something like that, and I put enhanced reporting instructions on him, like go to your parole officer twice a month for the first 6 months, so that we can make sure that they get on the right foot, that they constantly would you make sure he has the time off and the transportation to get there?
I'm not gonna hold his hand, but I'll make sure he has everything as long as he explains to me when that is, what time that is, and you know, I mean, I'm trying to run an electrical business, and it's difficult for me to oversee him. But if he tells me, I don't have a problem.
What about if I tell you on the 1st and 15th of every month?
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of easy. It makes it easy.
The 1st and 3rd Monday of every month, or whatever the first office day is of his parole officer. We'll have to figure that one out when we get to that point. But the 1st and 3rd first office day of the parole officer, and you have him time to go check in, get his business straight, and then come back to work with you.
Yeah, where's the parole office at?
Now you'd have to ask him. I think it's downtown over there. Huh?
Okay.
It's downtown, huh?
Yeah, it's on Poitras.
On Poitras.
Okay. All right, that shouldn't be a hardship.
Trying to fix some of the problems, and if he needs some support to be able to do it. So okay, that was my question.
Any other questions?
Are you gonna provide him the place to live too?
Yes. We bought a parcel of land, and it was costing an enormous amount of money to keep the lawn and the grass cut. So my deal with him is, if you live on this parcel of land, you got to keep it clean. You got to keep the grass cut. So he does have a place to stay. I mean, it's a nice big house, but we're not yet ready to move forward with any kind of construction. So, but we need to keep the grass. It's a lot of grass. We own a city block. We own a city block. So that's a lot of grass.
Okay. I don't have any more.
So that winds up being the cost of the size of that house for rent for a month. You know, it's a continuous job around there cutting grass.
Okay, we have also Kimberly Dumas, the mother of his children, who is on and would like to speak.
Yes.
Okay. So you want to speak on his behalf? Go ahead and address the panel.
Yeah, I'm on here. I didn't really hear you.
Said if you want to address the panel and tell us what you would like to about in support of Mr. Rodrick Nattiel.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay, you need to speak. If you're going to speak in his behalf, you need to speak now.
Okay, yes. How you doing? I'm Kimberly. I'm Rodrick Natteel's baby's mother, and we have 3 kids. Roger, a good father that supports our family, and he is obligated to maintain his household. He take care of all of the responsibilities of the house, and he also is just a good dad. We need him back, you know, for these babies and things. You know, it's been hard, doctor's appointment and things like that, that we need him out here for. You know, it's been kind of tough for us, real tough for us. And also, you know, it hasn't been easy at all, you know, without him. I really hope y'all just free him for these babies and things.
Thank you very much. Also joining us was Ms. Nattiel, her mother, not wishing to speak. Mr. Nattiel, do you have a drinking problem, or do you drink on a regular basis?
I don't drink at all, ma'am. I don't
Okay.
do drugs either.
Okay. The panel prepared to vote?
Yeah.
Mr. Barra will be voting first.
All right, Mr. Nattiel, we're gonna, at least I'm gonna vote to, do not revoke today. And, continue on supervision with some adjusted conditions, one being that you report to the probation officer in person twice a month for the first 6 months and establish a good relationship on where y'all gonna meet, when you're gonna meet, and how that's all gonna work out so that you're not calling each other on the phone and hanging up on each other, and all that petty stuff's gonna be worked out in person the way it should be.
Yes, sir.
After 6 months, then you're gonna go down to reporting once a month. And it's your responsibility to go to him, not his responsibility to go to you.
Yes,
And
sir.
You're gonna see him. You're gonna see him. He's gonna come because their responsibility is to go see you also. That doesn't count as the office visit. That counts the field visit. So you still probably might see him twice a month in some months. But him going to you doesn't count as you reporting for an office visit. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. And that your address is gonna be 3738 Paris Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And no, you're not gonna stay anywhere else but there unless you have permission from the parole officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's gonna work out those first 2 problems. And I think that's all I needed to add to that.
I'll concur with Mr. Barra, but I want to also ban you from Walgreens. I hope that's not a hardship you can't overcome, but somebody there has been traumatized by whatever happened, and so you will not be allowed to go into Walgreens. And that I'll concur with my colleague, Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Barra.
So today, you're going to be continued on supervision with some stipulations of enhanced reporting being banned from Walgreens and maintaining your Paris Street address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Be in
ma'am.
touch with the Arlene's Public Defender Office, and y'all will be maintaining contact with him. Thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am,
much.
we will. Thank you.
That concludes, it's 12:38, and that concludes our business for today.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Hello?
Thank you, Zoe.